Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the ethereal realm of Valinor, where light danced like liquid gold and time flowed like gentle streams through the gardens of the Valar, Olorin knelt before Man's throne. The Lord of the Wind's presence filled the vast chamber with an otherworldly radiance, his form both there and not there, like the edge of a dream caught in morning light. "You must go to Middle-earth." Man's voice resonated through the chamber, each word carrying the weight of destiny. "But know this, Olorin, your path will lead you through shadow and flame." In that moment, the vision struck like lightning, a bridge spanning an endless void, a creature of shadow and flame, a fall through darkness that would reshape the world. Olorin saw himself transformed into Gandalf the Grey, facing an ancient evil in the depths of a forgotten kingdom. Thus began Gandalf's centuries-long preparation for what he knew would be both his end and his beginning. In the years that followed, as he wandered the lands of Middle-earth, under the guise of an aged wanderer, Gandalf carried this knowledge like a burning coal in his heart. He sought out the oldest libraries of the elves, studying ancient texts about the Balrogs, those fallen Maiar who had pledged themselves to Morgoth in the First Age. In Rivendell's halls, he spent countless nights poring over scrolls that spoke of their powers, their weaknesses, their terrible majesty. Deep in the archives of Minas Tirith, he discovered accounts of the fall of Moria, written in trembling hands by the few survivors who had witnessed the awakening of Durin's Bane. The descriptions haunted his dreams, wings of shadow stretching from wall to wall, a sword of flame that could cleave stone, eyes that held the memory of Morgoth's corruption. In the Blue Mountains, he sought out the oldest of the dwarven loremasters, gathering their oral histories of Moria's golden age and its tragic fall. They spoke of the day the Balrog arose, how the very stones seemed to weep as darkness claimed the greatest of the dwarf kingdoms. Each tale added another piece to the puzzle, another weapon to his arsenal. But knowledge alone would not be enough. In the wilderness, far from watching eyes, Gandalf honed his powers. He practiced ancient spells of binding and banishment, perfecting incantations that had not been uttered since the elder days. The very air would crackle with power during these solitary sessions, as he pushed the limits of what his earthly form could channel. Yet even as he prepared, in the lightless depths of Moria, his destined adversary stirred. The Balrog, though bound by ancient darkness to those halls, was not insensate. In its dreams of flame and shadow, it too saw glimpses of the coming confrontation. It felt the approach of power akin to its own original nature before Morgoth's corruption. The creature's slumber grew increasingly restless as the centuries wore on, its darkness seeping through the rock like poison through veins. And so the years passed, each bringing Gandalf closer to his fated encounter. He found himself drawn again and again to the gates of Moria, standing before those unyielding doors, knowing that behind them waited his destiny. Each time, he would touch the cold stone and whisper, "Not yet." The time has not yet come. When he joined the Fellowship of the Ring, Gandalf knew the hour was finally approaching. As they stood before the doors of Moria, his heart heavy with the knowledge of what was to come, he found himself strangely at peace. Each step into the darkness was a step toward fulfillment of the prophecy he had carried for so long. The moment of confrontation, when it came, was both exactly as he had foreseen and utterly different. The Balrog's presence was overwhelming, not just its physical form of shadow and flame, but the weight of its ancient spirit, twisted and terrible. As they faced each other across the bridge of Moria, time seemed too slow, centuries of preparation crystallizing into a single moment. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's voice rang out, not just a challenge but a declaration of destiny. The words he had rehearsed countless times in his mind finally found voice in that crucial moment. His staff blazed with a light that pushed back the shadows, his sword gleaming cold and sharp against the Balrog's flame. The battle that followed was more than just a physical contest. It was a clash of spirits, of light against shadow, of duty against corruption. As they fell together into the abyss, time lost all meaning. They fought through the roots of mountains, through caverns ancient and forgotten, their battle illuminating places that had not seen light since the shaping of the world. For 10 days and nights they fought, ascending the endless stair, their combat transforming the very stone around them. The prophecy Gandalf had carried for so long played out in full. Every blow, every spell, every moment of their terrible dance had been written in the stars long ago. At the peak of Zirrikzigil, as snow swirled around them and lightning split the sky, Gandalf finally understood the full meaning of Maneth's vision. His preparation had not been merely about victory or survival, it had been about transformation. As he struck the final blow, as the Balrog's flame was extinguished and its shadow dispelled, Gandalf the Grey also passed from the world. In that moment of ending and beginning, as his spirit transcended its earthly bonds, he glimpsed once more the halls of Valinor. Maneth's wisdom became clear. The prophecy had never been about defeating the Balrog, but about the price that had to be paid for Middle-earth's salvation. When he returned as Gandalf the White, he carried new understanding of that ancient vision. His centuries of preparation had not been in vain. They had forged him into exactly what Middle-earth needed him to be. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but like all true prophecies, its deepest meaning had only become clear in its fulfillment. And in the deep places of the world, in the halls of Moria, where shadow and flame had once held sway, a new kind of silence reigned, not the silence of dread and darkness, but the silence of possibility, of a future waiting to be written. Story 2. In the timeless halls of Valinor, before the music of the Aenir shaped the world, two Mire spirits danced in harmony through veils of stardust. One would become known as Olorin, wise counselor and bearer of hope. The other, whose name would be lost to shadow, carried within him a flame that burned too bright. Neither knew then how their paths would diverge, only to converge again in the depths of Middle-earth, where one would wear gray robes and the other would become wreathed in shadow and flame. The awakening came slowly to the Balrog in the depths of Moria. Millennia of slumber had wrapped his consciousness in layers of darkness, like preserved leaves in ancient stone. Yet something stirred him, a presence both familiar and distant, echoing through the vast halls of the Dwarven kingdom. Through the haze of corruption that had long ago twisted his being, a memory surfaced, laughter in the courts of Valinor, shared wisdom under starlit skies, a brotherhood forged before time itself had meaning. In his chamber deep beneath the mountains, the Balrog's eyes opened, flames flickering to life in their depths. The presence grew stronger. Olorin, now known as Gandalf, approaching with a company of travelers. For the first time in ages, the creature of shadow and flame felt something beyond the all-consuming rage that Morgoth's corruption had instilled. Recognition. Through the dark paths of Moria, as the fellowship made their careful way, the Balrog followed. His movement sent tremors through the ancient stones, yet he held back, wrestling with memories that pierced through the veil of his corruption. Each step Gandalf took through his domain awakened more fragments of their shared past. He remembered their last meeting in Valinor before his fall. Olorin had sensed his growing fascination with Morgoth's promises of power, had tried to warn him. "Brother," he had said, "some flames consume rather than illuminate, but the allure had been too strong, the promises too sweet. Now, ages later, those words echoed through the halls of his mind with cruel irony. As drums echoed in the deep and goblins scattered in terror, the Balrog emerged from his lair. The chamber of Mizarble rang with combat, and still he held back, watching as his once brother defended the mortals in his charge. Even corrupted, he could sense the familiar power in Gandalf's spells, could recognize the ancient wisdom in his tactics. Their confrontation on the bridge of Moria was inevitable, a moment written in the very fabric of Arda itself. When Gandalf stood alone upon the narrow stone, the Balrogs saw not just the gray-robed figure before him, but a glimpse of the radiant spirit he had once known. "You cannot pass." The words rang out, and in them, the Balrog heard an echo of their ancient tongue, the language of the Aenir that had shaped the world. For a moment, the corruption within him wavered. The battle that followed was both physical and spiritual. Each clash of sword against flaming whip resonated with memories of their shared past. As they fought, moments of clarity broke through the Balrog's corrupted consciousness, teaching each other the songs of creation, exploring the newly formed realms of Arda, sharing in the joy of shaping the world under the guidance of the Valar. When Gandalf shattered the bridge, and they both fell into the abyss, time seemed too slow. As they plummeted through darkness, the Balrog's flames illuminated their descent like a falling star. In that endless moment, their spirits touched as they had in the days before corruption, before shadow. Their battle continued through the depths, ascending the endless stair to Durin's tower upon Zirik-Zigil. For 10 days and nights, they fought in a dance of light and shadow, fire and spirit. With each clash, more of their shared history surfaced in the Balrog's mind, burning away millennia of corruption. At the peak of Zirik-Zigil, as lightning split the sky and snow swirled around them, the Balrog looked into Gandalf's eyes and saw complete recognition. In that moment, he remembered his true name, the one he had carried in Valinor. It broke through his consciousness like sunlight through storm clouds. The final confrontation was not just a battle between good and evil, but a moment of potential redemption. As Gandalf dealt the killing blow, the Balrog felt not defeat, but release. His flame, which had burned with Morgoth's corruption for so long, flickered with its original light for one brief moment. As his physical form fell from the mountain peak, the Balrog's spirit was finally freed from its long corruption. In his last moments, he felt something he had not known since before his fall: peace. And though Gandalf too fell, spent by the battle and his own sacrifice, both their spirits were released, one to return greater than before, and one to finally find rest in the halls of Mandos. The wise say that in the moments after the battle, a great light was seen above Zirik-Zigil, and in it, some claimed to see two figures, not in combat, but in an embrace of brotherhood restored. Though one had walked in darkness for ages, in the end, he found his way back to the light through the love of the brother he had left behind. And so ended the tale of two Maiar, brothers in the dawn of time, separated by choice and corruption, united again in a battle that was both an ending and a beginning. Their story lives on in the whispered tales of the elves, a reminder that even in the darkest of shadows, a spark of original light may still remain, waiting for the moment to shine forth once more. Story 3. The moment the bridge of Moria shattered, reality itself seemed to fracture. As Gandalf and the Balrog plunged into the abyss beneath Moria, they fell not just through space, but through the very fabric of time. The darkness that engulfed them was older than the mountains themselves, a primordial void where the laws of the physical world held no sway. Their descent lasted both an instant and an eternity. The first impact came not with stone or water, but with memory itself. They crashed through layers of time like breaking through sheets of ancient ice, each layer revealing a different age of Middle-earth. Around them, phantom images flickered, the glory of Moria in its prime, the first delving of the mines, the moment when the dwarves delved too deep. The Balrog's flames cast wild shadows on walls that existed in multiple times at once. Its roar echoed through centuries, touching moments both past and yet to come. Gandalf's staff illuminated not just the physical space around them, but fragments of time itself, like shards of a broken mirror reflecting different eras simultaneously. As they fought in free fall, their battle transcended the physical realm. Each clash of the Balrog's fiery whip against Glamdring sent sparks cascading through different temporal planes. Gandalf found himself parrying blows that hadn't yet been struck, while countering attacks that had happened ages ago. The Balrog's flames burned both forward and backward through time, leaving scorch marks on the future and the past. What is time to beings such as we? The thought resonated between them, not spoken but understood, as they grappled in the timeless void. Both were Mire, spirits from before the shaping of Arda, and in this space between moments, their true natures emerged from behind their physical forms. They fought through caverns that held every version of themselves that had ever been or would be. Gandalf saw himself as Olorin in Valinor, as the gray pilgrim walking the roads of Middle-earth, as the white who would return. The Balrog witnessed its own transformation from a being of light to a creature of shadow and flame, each moment of its corruption playing out in endless loops around them. As they plunged deeper, the battle became philosophical as much as physical. Each blow struck carried the weight of argument. Each defense held the power of conviction. The Balrog's attacks spoke of power and dominion, of Morgoth's promise that strength alone should rule. Gandalf's counters whispered of wisdom, of the greater strength found in protecting others. Time spiraled around them as they fell through the foundations of the earth. They passed through the memories of the very stone, the shaping of the mountains, the first raindrops to fall on Middle-earth, the music of the Aenir that had sung the world into being. In glimpses between attacks, they witnessed the great battles of ages past and battles yet to come. Their consciousness expanded to fill the timeless space they occupied. The Balrog experienced moments of clarity between its rage, questioning the choices that had led it to this eternal moment. Gandalf felt the full weight of his mission in Middle-earth, understanding that this battle was both an end and a beginning, a fulcrum point upon which many fates would turn. When they finally struck the underground lake, the impact rippled through all of time. The water, cold as the void between stars, hissed and steamed around the Balrog's flame. But even here, time remained fluid. Each splash created waves that moved both forward and backward, droplets hanging suspended in multiple moments simultaneously. Their underwater combat was a dance of elemental forces. The Balrog's flames burned even beneath the surface, creating bubbles of steam that existed in multiple times at once. Gandalf's magic transformed the water around him into patterns that spelled out ancient truths in the language of creation itself. As they fought their way up the endless stair, each step took them through another layer of time. The Tower of Durin's Peak existed in all its ages at once newly built, ancient, ruined, and restored. Their battle left marks that would be found by the dwarves of Moria centuries before they began fighting. For 10 days they fought, but in the timeless realm they occupied, those days contained eternities. Each moment stretched out into years of combat, philosophical debate, and understanding. The Balrog experienced the full weight of its betrayal of the light, while Gandalf saw the necessity of his sacrifice in the grand tapestry of time. At the peak of Zirrikzigil, where their battle would end, all moments converged. The mountain peak existed simultaneously in every age of Middle-earth, from its first raising to its final crumbling. Lightning split the sky in patterns that wrote fate itself, and the snow that swirled around them carried echoes of every winter that had ever been or would be. Their final clash was a culmination, not just of their battle, but of all the choices and moments that had led them there. The Balrog's last charge contained the fury of every dark choice it had ever made. Gandalf's final stand held the strength of every life he had chosen to protect. When the end came, it rippled through all of time. The Balrog's fall marked not just the end of its physical form, but the conclusion of a story that had begun before time itself. And Gandalf's victory, paid for with his own life, created a pivot point around which the future of Middle-earth would turn. As their timeless battle concluded, reality slowly reasserted itself. Time resumed its normal flow, but the marks of their combat remained, etched not just in stone, but in the very fabric of history. The dwarves would later find inexplicable scorch marks in their deepest minds, dating from ages before the Balrog's awakening. Elven lore masters would speak of lights seen on Ziggle's Peak throughout all ages of Middle-earth, visible even in years before the battle took place. And so ended a battle that transcended time itself, where two beings fought not just for victory, but for the very nature of their existence. In the end, it was not just Gandalf the Grey who fell, but a version of time itself, making way for a new age and a new guardian to arise. Story 4. In the deepest shadows of Moria, where even darkness seemed to breathe, the Balrog stirred in its ancient chamber. Millennia of solitude had wrought an unexpected change, in the demon of shadow and flame consciousness had crept back into its corrupted mind, like water wearing away stone, bringing with it something that had been lost since the First Age: awareness. The great halls of Moria echoed with the weight of memory. Each pillar, each carved arch, each abandoned forge held the whispers of countless dwarven lives that had once filled these halls with purpose and song. The Balrog had watched them all flee, had reveled in their terror, but now, after ages of contemplation in the darkness, their absence felt like an accusation. Through the long years, the Balrog had developed a habit of walking the empty corridors during its waking periods. Its flames, once burning with mindless destruction, now cast a more subdued light on the magnificent dwarven craftsmanship. Each step was accompanied by the soft crack of cooling stone, as the very rock beneath its feet responded to its internal temperature, which, the creature had noticed, varied with its thoughts. Today, something was different. The air carried new vibrations, distant echoes of living feet upon ancient stone. But more than that, there was a presence of familiar power that the Balrog had not felt since the elder days. The recognition sent ripples through its flame, causing shadows to dance wildly on the walls. Gandalf. The name came unbidden to its mind, though it had never known him by that name in the ages before corruption. The Balrog felt the Maya's power drawing closer, accompanied by others whose life forces flickered like candles compared to the ancient strength approaching. For the first time in millennia, the Balrog felt something akin to hope. Here, finally, was one with the power to end its tormented existence. The creature had long ago realized its own corruption, understood the twisted path that had led it from the light of Valinor to this self-imposed exile in the depths of the earth. But like a sword reforged, there was no returning to its original form. The Balrog followed their progress through the mines, its flames dimmed to mere embers. It watched as they navigated the treacherous paths, observed Gandalf's wisdom in leading his companions. Each step they took brought them closer to the confrontation that the Balrog had begun to see as inevitable and necessary. In the chamber of Mizarble, when the drums began to beat, the Balrog felt the old rage rise within it like a tide. The corruption that Morgoth had instilled fought against its newer consciousness, threatening to overwhelm the understanding it had gained through centuries of reflection. Yet it held back, waiting, watching through the stone itself as events unfolded above. When the moment finally came to reveal itself, the Balrog chose its approach carefully. Its roar shook the foundations of Moria, but it was not the mindless bellow of a beast. It was a challenge, a call to one who might understand. The fires within its chest burned with purpose now, each step toward the fellowship measured and deliberate. The journey to the bridge of Moria became a solemn procession. The Balrog drove the company forward, yet always maintained a distance that would allow them to reach the bridge. It felt Gandalf's recognition of its intent, saw the understanding dawn in the ancient eyes beneath his gray brows. Standing before the narrow span of Durin's Bridge, the Balrog faced its chosen executioner. Gandalf stood alone, a figure of seemingly little consequence against the Balrog's massive form of shadow and flame. Yet both knew the truth of their nature, both ancient beings who had sung in the choirs that had shaped the world. "You cannot pass." The words rang out, and the Balrog felt their power, not just the magic they contained, but the offer they represented. Here was the ending it had waited for, the release from its tortured existence that only one of equal power could provide. Their battle was choreographed by fate itself. Each swing of the Balrog's fiery whip was met with Glamdring's gleam, each step forward countered by Gandalf's unwavering stance. The bridge cracked beneath them, and in that moment, as they both plunged into the abyss, the Balrog felt a surge of gratitude. The fall seemed endless, their combat continuing through darkness absolute. Yet in this void, the Balrog's flames illuminated more than just the physical space around them. They cast light upon the truth of its existence, the weight of its choices, the possibility of redemption through ending. Through caverns immeasurable they fought, up the endless stair to the peak of Zirrikzigil. For 10 days and nights, their battle raged, but it was more than combat. It was a confession, a cleansing, a final accounting of a life led in shadow. With each clash of their powers, the Balrog felt layers of corruption burning away, revealing glimpses of what it had once been. At the very end, atop the mountain peak, where lightning split the sky and snow hissed into steam around them, the Balrog met Gandalf's gaze one final time. In that moment, both understood this had never been about victory or defeat, but about release. When the final blow came, the Balrog embraced it, feeling its flame flicker not with rage, but with acceptance. As its physical form fell from the mountain's peak, the Balrog's consciousness expanded one last time. It saw again the glory of Valinor, felt the warmth of uncorrupted flame, remembered its original purpose in the music of the Aenir. And as its spirit finally broke free from the bonds of corruption, it knew that Gandalf too would be transformed by their encounter. Some say that when lightning strikes the peak of Zirrikzigil, in the moment between flash and thunder, a shape can be seen in the clouds, not of a demon of shadow and flame, but of a being of light, finally free, finally at peace. And in the halls of Mandos, perhaps, a former Balrog stands restored, its flame burning clean and bright once more, awaiting the end of days when all things will be made new again. Story 5. Deep within the bowels of Moria, where shadows lived and breathed, time moved like molten gold through a forge. The Fellowship's footsteps echoed through ancient halls, each sound a ripple in the vast darkness. But beneath these mortal movements, 2 ancient minds stirred, one cloaked in gray, carrying wisdom as old as starlight, the other wreathed in shadow and flame, harboring memories of a time before the shaping of the world. The Balrog's thoughts emerged from millennia of slumber, its consciousness unfurling like great wings of shadow. Through eyes that burned with ancient fire, it perceived not just the physical realm, but the very threads of power that wove through the foundations of Arda. And there, among the fleeing mortals, it sensed a presence that sang with the same primordial energy as its own flame. "So, brother, you have come at last," the thought resonated through the stones themselves, though no word was spoken. Deep in the creature's core, memories stirred of a time before corruption, when its flame had burned with purpose rather than rage. Gandalf felt the Balrog's awakening like a tremor in the fabric of reality. Behind his weathered features, his true nature Olorin, the Maya stirred in recognition. Each step through the darkened halls brought him closer to a confrontation that would transcend the physical realm. We dance again, though not as we once did in the courts of Ilvatar. The drums began their terrible rhythm, but beneath that mortal percussion played another song, the echo of the music of the Aenir, the grand symphony that had shaped the world. Both beings heard it, felt it resonating through their ancient spirits. When they finally stood before each other on the bridge of Moria, the narrow stone span became more than a physical crossing. It transformed into a nexus where light and shadow, order and chaos, preservation and destruction met in perfect balance. "You cannot pass." Gandalf's declaration rang with power, but in the space between moments, other words passed between them, unuttered yet understood. "Do you remember, brother, when we sang together in the cosmic dawn?" The Balrog's response came not in words but in images. The creation of stars, the shaping of mountains, the first raindrops to fall on Middle-earth. Memories of a time when its flame had brought light rather than destruction. Their battle began in the physical realm, sword against whip, staff against flame, but with each clash, their true forms began to emerge. Gandalf's aged facade fell away like a cloak in the wind, revealing the luminous spirit within. The Balrog's shadow expanded, not just with darkness, but with the memory of its original glory. As they fell into the abyss, time lost all meaning. In the vast darkness beneath Moria, their combat transformed into something more profound, a dance of opposing forces as old as creation itself. Each movement told a story, each parry contained a philosophy, each strike carried the weight of ages. The Balrog's thoughts blazed through the void. "We were brothers once, in the thought of LOTR. What are we now?" Gandalf's spirit responded with images of his own: starlight on water, trees growing from seed to greatness, the quiet courage of mortal hearts. "We are what we choose to be, moment by moment. Even now, through the endless darkness they fell, their battle illuminating caverns that had never known light. The very rocks around them sang with the power of their combat, remembering the music that had shaped them at the dawn of time. When they struck the underground lake, steam and shadow erupted in a cosmic dance. The water itself seemed to remember its creation, responding to the presence of two beings who had witnessed its first flowing. Their battle continued beneath the surface, where fire and water, light and darkness, waged their eternal war. Up the endless stair they fought, each step carrying them closer to a culmination written in the very fabric of Arda. The Balrog's thoughts turned to its corruption, to the moment it had chosen to follow Morgoth's discord rather than Ilúvatar's harmony. Was there ever a chance for redemption? Gandalf's response came through his actions. Each defensive move offered not just protection, but understanding. Each counterattack delivered not with hatred, but with the sadness of what had been lost. At the peak of Zirek-Zigil, where Earth reached toward heaven, their battle achieved its final movement. Lightning split the sky, but the true illumination came from within as both beings revealed their full nature. The Balrog's flame burned with the memory of its original purpose, while Gandalf's light shone with the wisdom of ages. In that final moment, as snow and flame swirled around them in a dramatic fusion of elements, both beings achieved a perfect understanding. The Balrog saw in Gandalf's eyes the path it might have taken, while Gandalf glimpsed in the Balrog's flame the eternal choice between harmony and discord that faced all conscious beings. Their final clash transcended physical combat. It became a resolution of cosmic forces, a rebalancing of ancient powers. As the Balrog fell, its flame flickered not with defeat, but with recognition, a final acknowledgement of the choice it had made an age ago, and the price that came with it. Gandalf, spending the last of his strength, felt his own form failing. But in that failure lay transformation, a death that was really a doorway. As his spirit left his gray-clad form, he and the Balrog shared one final moment of perfect understanding, a recognition that their dance had been necessary, part of the great music that continued to shape the world. As their physical forms fell from the mountain's peak, their spirits briefly touched as they had in the time before time. In that touch was neither victory nor defeat, but acceptance of the roles they had played in the grand tapestry of existence. Some say that on stormy nights, when lightning illuminates the peak of Zirikzigil, one can still see the echo of their battle played out in the clouds, not as a conflict between good and evil, but as a dance between two primordial forces, forever entwined in the cosmic ballet of creation. Story 6. Deep beneath the misty mountains, where ancient fires still smoldered in forgotten chambers, Thurina Ironfist stood at the edge of a precipice, her torch casting dancing shadows on walls that hadn't felt warmth in 1,000 years. The young dwarf guardian's breath misted in the cool air as she studied the peculiar markings before her, not the angular runes of her ancestors, but sweeping ethereal glyphs that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. By Durin's beard, she whispered, her words echoing through the vast chamber. The legends spoke of such markings, celestial script, written by beings of pure light and fire who had walked these halls long before the first dwarfs delved into the mountain's heart. But those were merely children's tales, or so she had always been told. The discovery had come during a routine patrol of Moria's lower levels. While most of the ancient dwarven city remained sealed off, small teams still monitored its periphery, ensuring the darkness that had claimed their ancestral home didn't spread beyond its bounds. Thurina had noticed something different about the air that day, a faint warmth that seemed to pull her deeper into the mountain, leading her to this chamber and its impossible markings. As she traced the glyphs with calloused fingers, they flared to life, filling the chamber with a soft, golden radiance. Images flooded her mind, a being of fire and light, different from the shadow and flame of legend. The celestial Balrog, guardian of the realms of men, sworn to protect rather than destroy. The vision showed its imprisonment, not by dark forces, but by its own choice, a sleeping sentinel, waiting for the time when it would be needed most. That time, the vision revealed, was now, but convincing others proved more challenging than deciphering ancient prophecies. The Dwarven Council dismissed her findings as fantasy, the desperate dreams of a young guardian seeking glory. The only good Balrog is a dead one, Master Grimfist had declared, his white beard quivering with conviction. We lost Moria to their kind. Would you have us risk what remains of our people on fairy tales? Only Eldrin, an elven lorekeeper who had traveled from the golden woods of Lothlorien, seemed to take her seriously. There are older truths than those kept in dwarven histories, he said during one of their clandestine meetings in the upper halls. We elves remember a time when not all beings of fire served the shadow. Some remained true to their original purpose, guardians of light and protectors of the free peoples. But even Eldrin's support wavered when the first signs of darkness began manifesting in the deeper mines. Dwarven scouts reported ancient tombs breaking open, their occupants rising with eyes burning with unholy fire. These were not mere corpses, but the ancestors of Moria's greatest heroes, transformed by some malevolent force into servants of shadow. This is what comes of disturbing ancient powers, Eldrin warned, his immortal features grave in the torchlight. Whatever you awaken down there, Thurina, it has stirred things better left to slumber. Yet Thurina knew in her heart that the timing was no coincidence. The celestial Balrog's awakening and the rise of this dark force were connected not as cause and effect, but as prophecy fulfilling itself. The ancient guardian stirred because it sensed the coming darkness, just as she had been led to its resting place, because she would be needed to help free it. The crisis came to a head during the feast of Durin's Day. As the dwarven community gathered to celebrate in the Great Hall, the shadows in the deep places of the mountain began to move with purpose. The fallen ancestors emerged in force, led by the spectral form of Durin Vi himself, his once noble features twisted with malice. Chaos erupted in the halls as the dead overwhelmed the living. Dwarven warriors found their weapons passing harmlessly through the spectral forms, while the touch of these shadow beings burned like ice. Thurina fought her way through the panic, knowing there was only one hope for survival. She raced down to the lower chambers, passing through passages that grew warmer with each step. Behind her, she could hear Eldrin calling her name, his fleet elven feet keeping pace despite his earlier doubts. They reached the chamber with the glowing markings just as a terrible howl echoed through the mountain, the battle cry of Durin Vi as he led his army of the dead in pursuit. The markings, Tharina gasped, pressing her hands against the glowing script. They're not just a record of the past, they're a key. Eldrin's ancient eyes widened with sudden understanding. The celestial script. It's a binding spell, meant to be broken only in the greatest need. His long fingers joined hers on the wall, his voice rising in an elven incantation that seemed to make the very air shimmer. The chamber filled with brilliant light as the wall dissolved, revealing a vast cavern beyond. There, suspended in a cocoon of golden flame, floated a being of such majesty that both dwarf and elf fell to their knees. The celestial Balrog unfurled wings of pure light, its form both beautiful and terrible to behold. Unlike its corrupted kin, its flames brought warmth rather than destruction, its presence inspiring awe rather than terror. As the army of shadow-bound ancestors poured into the chamber, the celestial Balrog's eyes opened not the burning pits of its dark brethren, but pools of liquid gold that held all the wisdom of the ages. It regarded Tharina with an expression that could almost be called a smile. "You have done well, child of stone," a voice echoed in their minds. "The ancient evil seeks to turn the greatest virtues of your people, your reverence for ancestors, your honor for tradition against you. But remember, true strength lies not in the past's power over us, but in our power to forge a new future." The celestial Balrog rose to its full height, its light filling every corner of the vast chamber. The shadow-bound ancestors recoiled, and even the mighty form of Durin Vi faltered. With a gesture, the guardian released a wave of pure, cleansing fire that washed over the spectral army. Unlike the destructive flames of its dark kin, this fire restored rather than consumed. One by one, the corrupted ancestors felt the shadow burn away from their spirits, their noble features returning as they were finally granted true rest. In the days that followed, as Moria began its slow healing, Tharina often returned to the chamber where she first found the celestial script. The celestial Balrog had taken up its new post in the Great Hall, its presence ensuring no shadow would ever again take root in these halls. More importantly, its story served as a reminder to all who heard it. Even in the darkest of places, light could take root and grow, and redemption could come from the most unexpected sources. And sometimes, Tharina reflected as she traced the now quiet glyphs on the wall, the greatest acts of courage came not from slaying monsters, but from being willing to see that not all that seemed monstrous was truly so. Story 7. The veil of eternal flame stretched before Azrael like a wound in the earth, its crystalline spires glowing with the same inner fire that coursed through his veins. Dawn painted the sky in shades of amber and crimson, colors that seemed to whisper of his true nature, a secret he had guarded for 3 decades. As the last of the fire mages, he alone knew the truth, that his power came not from years of study, but from the blood of a Balrog that flowed in his veins. The morning meditation ritual had become both salvation and torment. Each dawn, he would stand at the highest tower of the Crimson Citadel, breathing in the ancient power that rose from the valley below. It was here that the first Balrogs had emerged from the earth's heart, and here where his mother, a humble fire priestess, had fallen in love with one who had chosen a different path from his kin. Azrael's reverie shattered as a horn blast echoed across the valley. From his vantage point, he could see them waves of shadow-wreathed creatures pouring from the dark fissure, led by a figure that made his heart grow cold. Melgeth, his half-brother, corrupted by the same darkness that had claimed most of their father's kind. Master Azrael. A young acolyte burst onto the tower platform, face flushed with panic. The eastern barriers have fallen. The shadow host. They're unlike anything we've seen before. Azrael's fingers traced the fire opal pendant at his throat, his mother's last gift, enchanted to help him maintain his human form. Sound the evacuation. Get everyone to the sanctuary caves. As the acolyte rushed to comply, a new presence made itself known. Azrael turned to find Selenara Moonshadow, the realm's most renowned demon hunter, stepping from the shadows. The elven warrior's silver hair caught the morning light, her ancient blade Shadowrender gleaming at her hip. "Your wards are strong, fire mage," she said, her ageless eyes studying him with unsettling intensity. "But they won't hold against this darkness." "Not alone. The Crimson Citadel has stood for 1,000 years," Azrael replied, fighting to keep his voice steady. If any could sense his true nature, it would be her. The irony was not lost on him, seeking help from one who had sworn to destroy all creatures of flame and shadow. And now it stands at the precipice of falling. Selenara moved to the tower's edge, gesturing at the advancing horde. "Those creatures, they bear the taint of Balrog fire. Only one of their own blood could command such an army." Azrael's heart thundered in his chest. Did she suspect? But her next words surprised him. "I propose an alliance, Azrael of the Flame. My hunters and your mages, standing together against this darkness." Before he could respond, the air itself seemed to tear apart. Malgoth's voice boomed across the valley, a sound of volcanic fury and ancient malice. "Brother," the corrupted Balrog called, "how long will you hide behind your mother's enchantments? Embrace your true nature. Together, we could remake this world in fire and shadow." Selenara's blade cleared its sheath with a sound like winter wind. "Brother," she whispered, her voice dangerous. The moment Azrael had dreaded for decades had arrived. With trembling fingers, he removed his mother's pendant. Fire erupted from his skin, his human form burning away like morning mist. Wings of pure flame unfurled from his shoulders, his eyes becoming pools of golden fire. But where Malgoth's transformation spoke of corruption and destruction, Azrael's revealed something else, fire-tempered by humanity, power shaped by compassion. His flames cast no shadows, instead filling the tower with a warm, living light. Selenara's blade pressed against his throat. "All these years, you've been what I hunt. I've been what you protect," Azrael corrected gently. "A guardian of these lands, just like you. The power itself is neutral, Selenara. It's how we choose to use it that matters." Below them, the shadow host had reached the citadel's outer walls. Malgoth's corrupted fire was already beginning to melt the ancient stonework. They could hear the screams of fleeing acolytes, the clash of steel as the first defenders engaged the enemy. Selenara's blade didn't waver. "Why should I trust you?" "Because, right now, you don't have a choice." Azrael met her gaze steadily. "But more than that, because I've spent my life proving that parentage doesn't determine destiny. Judge me by my actions, hunter, not my blood." For a moment that seemed to stretch into eternity, Selenara stood motionless. Then, with a fluid motion that spoke of centuries of practice, she sheathed her blade. "Your actions will indeed determine my judgment," she said. "Now show me how a Balrog fights for the light." What followed would be sung of in tales for generations to come. Azrael and Selenara fought back to back through the corridors of the Crimson Citadel, his purifying flame complementing her ancestral blade. Where his fire touched the shadow creatures, it burned away their corruption, revealing them as lost souls that Selenara's blade could then release to their final rest. The battle culminated in the Great Hall, where Malgoth awaited. The corrupted Balrog towered over them, his darkness seeming to devour the light itself. "Your human heart makes you weak, brother," Malgoth sneered. Azrael stood tall, his own flames burning brighter than ever. "No, brother. My human heart makes me strong. It teaches me that true power lies not in destruction, but in protection. Not in domination, but in cooperation." As if to prove his point, Selenara stepped up beside him, her blade beginning to glow with a light that matched his flames. Something passed between them and understanding, a bridge between ancient enemies transformed into respect. Together, they launched their final assault. Azrael's purifying fire weakened Malgoth's corrupted form, while Selenara's blade, enhanced by Azrael's power, struck at the darkness within. Their perfect synchronization demon hunter, and half Balrog moving as one proved to be Malgoth's undoing. As dawn broke the next day, Azrael stood once again atop the Crimson Citadel. His mother's pendant lay in his hand, but he did not put it on. Below, he could see Selenara organizing her hunters, preparing to depart. She looked up, meeting his gaze, and offered a small nod. The world had changed. The last fire mage had revealed his true nature, and in doing so, had proven that destiny was not determined by blood, but by choice. As the morning sun painted the veil of eternal flames and shades of hope, Azrael spread his wings of light, embracing at last both halves of his heritage protector and warrior, human and Balrog, fire and heart combined. Story 8. In the depths of Moria, where ancient forges still whispered with the echoes of forgotten crafts, Killian Flameheart ran his fingers across the leather-bound tome he discovered buried beneath centuries of dust. The young apprentice smith's eyes widened as he deciphered the faded runes, their meaning almost too extraordinary to comprehend. Here, in his hands, lay the secret knowledge of how the first dwarven masters had captured the essence of Balrogs within legendary weapons. The great forge room around him thrummed with residual power, the heat from below a constant reminder of the ancient fires that had once shaped artifacts of legend. Massive pillars stretched into darkness above, their surfaces etched with the history of countless masterworks. But none, Killian suspected, could compare to what this grimoire promised. His excitement turned to dread as shadows began seeping through the cracks in the floor, not the natural darkness of deep places, but something alive, hungry. The warnings that had been circulating through the lower halls for weeks were true. Something ancient was stirring in the depths. Master Durnir needs to see this, he whispered, tucking the tome into his leather apron. But as he turned toward the grand staircase, a blood-curdling shriek echoed through the chambers. The shadows coalesced into writhing tentacles of darkness, and through them strode a figure that made Killian's blood run cold. A Shade Lord, one of the lesser servants of the ancient Balrogs. The apprentice fled through twisting corridors, the tome burning against his chest like a brand. Behind him, he could hear the Shade Lord's laughter echoing off the stone walls. "Run, little smith," it called. "Run while you can, but know that your discovery comes too late. The Great One stirs from his slumber." Killian burst into the Master's Forum, where Durnir's Steelhammer and the other forge masters were already gathering, their faces grim. The ancient chamber, with its circular tiers of stone seats and the great anvil at its center, had hosted countless councils of craft. Never had it seen such fear in the eyes of its masters. "The deep forges have fallen," one of the masters reported, his beard quivering. "The shadows. They take our own people, turn them into things of darkness. And behind it all, the greatest of Balrogs awakens." Durnir finished, his voice heavy with dread. Durin's bane stirs once more. Killian stepped forward, holding out the grimoire with trembling hands. "Masters, I found something. A record of how our ancestors bound Balrog essence into weapons of power." The forum erupted in chaos. Some masters called it blasphemy, others salvation. But Durnir's eyes gleamed with recognition as he took the tome. "The Solforge Chronicles," he whispered. "We thought them lost forever." As the ancient forge master read, his expression grew increasingly troubled. "The binding is possible," he said finally, "but the price. To wield such weapons requires more than skill or courage. Each blade forged with Balrog essence demands a piece of its wielder's sanity. The more powerful the weapon, the greater the cost. Then we are lost, another master declared. Who would dare pay such a price? The answer came from an unexpected quarter. Through the forum's great doors strode Vara Shadowmender, leader of the wardens who guarded Moria's outer gates. Behind her came others warriors, scouts, and hunters, their eyes hard with determination. We would, Vara declared, her voice ringing through the chamber. Better to sacrifice our minds than watch our home fall to darkness. What followed was a fever of preparation and craft, unlike anything Moria had seen in an age. Killian worked alongside Master Dernier, translating the grimoire's instructions as the Forge Masters labored day and night. The weapons they created were terrible and beautiful axes that burned with captured flame, swords that could cut through shadow itself, hammers that rang with the power of bound spirits. But the cost became apparent all too soon. The first warrior to take up one of the Balrog forged weapons began speaking in tongues, his eyes burning with inner fire. Another became obsessed with flames, barely able to focus on anything else. Yet they fought on, their fractured minds somehow making them even more terrifying to their enemies. As Durin's Bane stirred closer to wakefulness, Killian made a discovery that changed everything. Deep in the grimoire's pages, he found references to a master weapon one that could channel the essence of multiple Balrogs at once. Such a weapon might have the power to bind even the greatest of their kind. The forging would require multiple wielders, he explained to Dernier, each bearing a portion of the burden. The madness would be shared, diluted perhaps, but still costly. Vara stepped forward, her own Balrog forged blade glowing at her hip. Though her eyes now held a wild light, her voice remained steady. I will lead them. We who are already touched by the weapon's power. We have nothing left to lose. The final battle came as they were completing the master weapon, a great warhammer they named Flamebinder. Durin's Bane erupted from the depths, its shadow and flame turning the great halls into an inferno. Behind it came an army of shadow-corrupted dwarves and shade lords. Vara and her fellow weapon-bearers formed a circle around the forge as Killian and Dernier worked to complete the binding. The warriors fought with the strength of the mad, their cursed weapons carving through shadows like light through darkness. Each time one fell, another would step forward to take their place, willing to sacrifice their sanity for their home. When Flamebinder was finally complete, it took 7 warriors to wield it, 7 minds linked together through the weapon's power, sharing both its strength and its terrible price. They met Durin's Bane in the Great Chasm, their combined might against its ancient power. The battle reshaped the very rock of Moria. Passages collapsed, great halls were forever altered, and the screams of the combatants echoed through every corner of the ancient kingdom. But in the end, Flamebinder's power proved true. The greatest of Balrogs was bound once more, not in sleep this time, but within the very weapon that had defeated it. The victory came at a terrible cost. Of the 7 who wielded Flamebinder, none remained wholly sane. They took up residence in the deepest halls, guarding both their prisoner and their kingdom, their fractured minds finding solidarity in shared madness. Killian often visited them in the years that followed, bringing news from above and listening to their increasingly strange tales. Sometimes, in their more lucid moments, they would speak of the power they had touched, of what it meant to hold a piece of primordial fire within one's soul. The grimoire remained in the Master's Forum, a reminder of both salvation and sacrifice. Its pages taught that victory sometimes required terrible choices, and that true courage meant being willing to pay the price that others could not bear. And in the deep places of Moria, where ancient forges still burn, they say you can sometimes hear the sound of mad laughter mingling with the ring of hammers, the voice of those who traded their minds for their kingdom's survival, and found a strange peace in their sacrifice. Story 9. Amidst the smoldering ruins of the ancient dwarven fortress of Karak Diyar, Lyra Truthseeker knelt before a wall of pristine crystal, her heart pounding at what lay before her. The young scribe's fingers trembled as they traced the luminescent etchings that seemed to pulse with their own inner light. These were no ordinary runes. They were written in the first tongue, the language of creation itself, and they told a story that would shake the foundations of everything she thought she knew. The crystals had remained untouched by the devastation that had claimed the rest of the fortress, protected by magic far older than the dwarven realm itself. As Lyra's trained eye decoded the ancient text, her blood ran cold. The Balrogs, those terrible beings of shadow and flame, had not been born of darkness at all. They were the original guardians, created by the Valar themselves to protect the realms of mortals. Impossible, she whispered, but the truth of it sang in her bones. The crystal walls around her hummed in response, and suddenly the runes began to shift, transforming into moving images that played out the ancient history before her eyes. She saw the Balrogs as they once were, magnificent beings of pure light and flame, their wings spreading hope instead of terror, their presence bringing warmth rather than destruction. They had stood as sentinels at the gates between worlds, protecting the young races from threats beyond their comprehension. But then came the great betrayal. A dark force, ancient and jealous, had poisoned their purpose, twisting their protective nature into a desire to dominate and destroy. Yet not all had fallen. Some had resisted the corruption, choosing eternal slumber rather than becoming instruments of destruction. You see truly, young scribe, a voice like warm embers spoke behind her. Lyra turned to find herself face to face with a being that both terrified and amazed her. It stood twice the height of a man, its form wreathed in gentle flames that cast no shadows. Unlike its corrupted kin, its eyes held wisdom rather than malice. "I am Luminar," the Balrog said, "one of the few who chose sleep over corruption. Your arrival was foretold, though I did not expect one so young." Before Lyra could respond, a cold wind swept through the chamber, carrying with it the stench of corruption. Dark shapes began to materialize at the edges of the room, shadow wraiths, servants of the fallen Balrogs. "The Dark Ones sense my awakening," Luminar said grimly. "They will stop at nothing to prevent the truth from spreading. The primordial flame must be found before they can destroy it." "The primordial flame?" Lyra asked, already reaching for her scrolls to record this new information. "The source of our being and the key to our redemption. With it, we could purify those of my kind who were corrupted, restore them to their original purpose." But it was hidden away during the Great Betrayal, and its location lost to time. The shadow wraiths pressed closer, their ethereal forms becoming more substantial with each passing moment. Luminar's flames brightened in response, holding them at bay. "We must reach the flame before the Dark Ones," he continued. "Already, they search for it, seeking to corrupt its power and complete the transformation of my remaining kin into weapons of absolute destruction." Thus began a race against time and shadow. Lyra and Luminar traveled across the ancient lands, piecing together clues from forgotten texts and crumbling monuments. The young scribe's knowledge of ancient languages proved invaluable, while the Balrog's presence opened doors long sealed by forgotten magics. But they were not alone in their quest. Shadow wraiths dogged their steps, and worse things stirred in the deep places of the world. The corrupted Balrogs had awakened, sensing the possibility of their redemption or their final fall. Their journey led them through the caverns of memory, where ancient histories played out on walls of living crystal. Across the desert of lost time, where the sands themselves whispered secrets to those who knew how to listen. And finally to the peak of Mount Eternus, where the veil between worlds grew thin. It was there, in a chamber at the heart of the mountain, that they found what they sought. The primordial flame burned in a forge of creation itself, its light both inspiring and terrible to behold. But they were not the first to arrive. Malgith, mightiest of the corrupted Balrogs, stood before the flame, his darkness already reaching out to taint its purity. Behind him gathered his corrupted brethren, their forms wavering between their original glory and their twisted present. "Brother," Malgeth addressed Luminar, his voice like breaking stone, "have you come to witness our final victory? When the flame falls to shadow, none will remember what we once were. The very memory of our original purpose will be erased." "No," Luminar replied, his own flames burning brighter. "I have come to remind you, what followed was a battle not just of power, but of truth against lies, of memory against forgetting." As Luminar engaged Malgeth, Lyra raced toward the flame, her scholar's mind racing. The ancient texts had spoken of a ritual, a way to use the flame's power for purification, rather than corruption. Drawing on every scrap of knowledge she had gathered, Lyra began to chant in the first tongue. The flame responded, its light growing stronger, more focused. One by one, the corrupted Balrogs began to falter, their darkness burning away as original memories returned. Malgeth fought against the change with all his considerable power, but even he could not resist the truth of what he once was. The shadow burned away from him like mist in the morning sun, leaving him transformed, restored to his original purpose and power. In the days that followed, as the restored Balrogs took up their ancient mantles as guardians once more, Lyra worked tirelessly to record everything she had learned. Her scrolls would be copied and distributed throughout the lands, ensuring that the truth would never again be lost to time. The Balrogs established new sanctuaries near the realms of mortals, not as conquerors or destroyers, but as the protectors they were always meant to be. And in each sanctuary, they kept a copy of Lyra's writings, a reminder of how truth, once discovered, had the power to overcome even the darkest of corruptions. As for Lyra herself, she became known as the keeper of flame truth, dividing her time between the great libraries of the mortal realms and the sanctuaries of the Balrogs, ensuring that the bridge between these two worlds would never again be broken by fear or forgetfulness. Story 10. In the shadow of the mountains of perdition, where ancient battles had scarred the very earth with memories of flame and fury, an eclipse of fire painted the sky in shades of blood and gold. It was under this rare celestial event that the twins were born to children whose first cries were echoed by the rumbling of the mountains themselves. Their mother, Lady Celesta of the Order of Flamekeepers, gazed upon her newborns with wonder and fear. The girl, Arya, emerged wreathed in gentle flames that didn't burn. The boy, Cyrus, born moments later, caused all fires nearby to dim and bow to his presence. The ancient prophecy was fulfilling itself before her eyes. But the joy of their birth was short-lived. That very night, members of the Shadow Conclave, an ancient order of guardians sworn to maintain the balance between fire and darkness, spirited the twins away. Cyrus was taken to the Citadel of Twilight in the far north, while Arya was delivered to the Temple of Eternal Flame in the southern deserts. For 20 years, the twins grew unaware of each other's existence. Arya learned to command the eternal flames, her power growing under the guidance of the fire priests. Meanwhile, Cyrus mastered the art of fire control, learning to subdue and direct the very essence of flame itself. Neither knew of their true nature or of the role they were destined to play when Malgeth, the most ancient and powerful of all Balrogs, would stir from his millennial slumber. The first signs of Malgeth's awakening came as tremors that shook both citadel and temple. In the north, Cyrus watched as the eternal ice began to melt, revealing long-buried ruins marked with warnings in languages lost to time. In the south, Arya witnessed the sacred flames speaking in ancient tongues, showing visions of a world consumed by eternal fire. The Shadow Conclave's High Guardian, Theron Nightweaver, knew the time had come. The twins must be united, he declared to his fellow guardians, or all will be lost. But before his messengers could reach either twin, Malgeth made his move. The ancient Balrog rose from the depths of the mountains of perdition, his awakening turning the sky to ash and the air to poison. His power had grown during his slumber, fed by the hatred and fear of generations. Now he sought to remake the world in his image, a realm of eternal fire, where he alone would reign supreme. Arya felt the disturbance first, her connection to flame allowing her to sense the corruption spreading through the world's fiery heart. Her teachers finally revealing the truth of her birth sent her north with an ancient artifact, the crown of first flame, said to have been forged from the very first fire that burned in creation. Cyrus discovered his true nature through darker means. As Malgoth's influence spread, the young man's powers began to manifest in ways his mentors hadn't prepared for. The ability to control fire turned into something more, a deep connection to the very essence of flame that mirrored the Balrog's own power. The twins' paths finally crossed in the ruins of an ancient city, where the Shadow Conclave had made their last stand centuries ago. Recognition was instant, profound halves of the same soul reuniting after 20 years apart. But their reunion was interrupted by Malgoth's arrival. The ancient Balrog's presence was overwhelming, his form vast enough to blot out the sun. The children of prophecy, his voice rumbled like an avalanche of burning stone. One to command fire, one to control it. Together, you could rival my power, or serve at my side as heirs to a burning world. For a moment, doubt crept into Cyrus's heart. The darkness within him resonated with Malgoth's power, calling him to embrace the destruction that was his birthright. Arya felt it too, the temptation to unleash her power fully, to let the world burn and be reborn in flames. But then something remarkable happened. As the twins stood together, their powers began to harmonize. Arya's ability to command flame and Cyrus's power to control it created something new, a perfect balance that reminded them of fire's true nature, not just as a force of destruction, but as the first gift of creation, the spark of life itself. "You forget, Ancient One," Arya called out, her voice ringing with newfound certainty. "Fire is not just destruction, it is transformation," Cyrus continued, taking his sister's hand. "And today you will be transformed together." They raised the crown of first flame. Their combined power flowed through the ancient artifact, calling forth not just fire, but its original, purest form. The flame that had first brought light to darkness, warmth to cold, life to void. Malgoth fought against this pure fire with all his corrupted might. The battle reshaped the landscape, melting stone and raising mountains where valleys had been. But against the unified power of the twins, even his ancient malice could not stand. The pure flame burned away his corruption, layer by layer, until what remained was not destroyed, but transformed. The ancient Balrog's form shifted, his fires turning from destructive rage to warming light. He had been restored to his original purpose, not as a destroyer, but as a guardian of the flame's true nature. In the years that followed, the twins worked together to restore balance to the world's fires. They established a new order, unifying the teachings of both temple and citadel. Under their guidance, fire was understood and respected as both creator and destroyer, its dual nature celebrated rather than feared. And in the deepest chamber of their new sanctuary, they kept two flames burning side by side, one a brilliant blaze reaching forever upward, the other a controlled flame that burned steady and true. Together, they represented the eternal dance of power and control, creation and transformation, forever in perfect balance. The prophecy had been fulfilled, but not as anyone had expected. For in the end, it was not through battle that salvation came, but through understanding the recognition that the greatest powers are not those that destroy, but those that transform, heal, and unite.